Pardon the technical difficulties there. Stepped on the Cat 5 cord. Slowed some stuff down there. Oops. Alright. Today, first of all, welcome to the stream. I'm Chief Multi-Hat. Still finishing up on late dinner. Yeah, I'm working on some monster generation code. Kind of looking at changing some functions. I can't think of the word. Since I don't want to think of the word, it flees from my head. That's fine. Almost had it. It's not a structure, but it's a pattern. Anyways, I'm working on those. I want something that kind of flows and makes it easier to kind of add the code, add the generation. I want to get like level 1 version of monsters, mobiles as I'll call them, all set up, and then do a little playtesting on them. See how it goes, and then yeah, just kind of play around from there. Maybe get into some maze generation and such. So, all right. Well, I will temporarily turn off my camera and mute the sound, so that you don't have to necessarily see me and hear me eat pizza. Not a really good experience. Anyways, I'll be present, but not visible. Maybe. Oh, that was quick. We're going to fade there. Eye transition, fade, and let's go to show transition, and how about fade as well? Whoop. Ooh, there, much better. All right. Alright, I'm back. Certainly appreciate it. Might have just missed you, and I apologize. I had to take care of a few things. Unfortunately, it's come up right while I was trying to stream, but I am back. The old camera going. Maybe. Main cam on. There I am. Alright, so basically, we can turn off the mobs. Making some mobs today. Hopefully. Experiment with a few. There, remember the word. Methods. Signatures. Signatures. Yeah, there we go. Alright. See if this works. Basically, I'm going through and testing out the syntax flow, as it were. Just kind of see how this would work. You know, I probably should first. Makes more sense. Memory, no. This work. Yeah, just basically working on the spawning code. Let's see how this works. Changing some signatures around, experimenting with a few things here. Alright, so can't do that. I have to do Alright. Do I like this? I think it's kind of scuff. I think this has goat smell all over it. Let's kind of build this out and see how it feels. What is it doing? Well, I have my scenario generator. Add an encounter, and the idea of it is to create an encounter container, which contains basically a raffle ticket system as to what to pick for an encounter. So for humanoids, this is basically saying, well, these are all 3s. I'll make this a 1. So for humanoids, we have orcs, kobolds, kobold casters, and ruffians. Version 1 of those. There's 3 tickets each for these top level, these 3, and 1 ticket here. So you could add all those up, so there's a total of 10 potential. There's 10 picks, so essentially 3%, not 3, 10, so 1/10. So 30, 60, 90, 100. So 30% chance of any of orc, kobold, or casters, and a 10% chance of ruffians. So basically it's just a raffle ticket system that's purchased, well, it doesn't purchase, but adds the tickets, and then, excuse me. Makes that work. Okay, so at the lowest scale, apologize for the frog. At the lowest scale, I'll try some carbonated water. You're going to have what's called a single party spawn. A single party is one party that can contain multiple enemies within that party, generally grouped as the same type of enemy, and they're given characteristics. And your party of 6 is going to fight that party, the mobs, anywhere from 1 to 12 of them, for example. If you get up to 12 in a party, you're going to start, probably, it's going to be kind of tough. So when you create that party, that's what SP Orcs, for example, does. So if you go into XP Orcs, this goes through and says, we're going to create all these variants. It's going to choose what kind of weapons are going to be given at a party level, and it can also then make the weapon choices at the individual spawn level. So what does this mean? Well, this particular group here, first of all, this creates the party named SP Orcs V1. First up, 100% chance if your party is greater than 0, so if your average of your party level is greater than 0, then there's a 100% chance that it will pick this party makeup, of which it's going to add 1 to 2 orcs of fighters, and another fighter between the levels 1 and 2, and levels 1 and level 1 to 2 of them. So maximum between 2 to 3 orcs. If you're greater or equal to 2, then you get a variation. You get a little bit more orcs, a little more higher levels. If your party is level 4 or greater, it increases again, and up to a maximum of 6 and beyond. So this will create version 1 of the spawn definition. And generally you're going to assign this a version 1 to a appropriate version 1 encounter table, and that's going to be applied to probably level 1. Now, you can create, like, say, Dragon version 1, and Dragons probably will start at the level of 15 or something. So the version doesn't necessarily mean low level, it just means for that type, this is the first, going from least powerful to most powerful. I've went ahead and created a weapon weapon choices work off of an array of potential choices. So weapon choice basically comprises of, well, what is the name, the ID of the weapon, and what is its raffle number. For now, because weapon choices works off of having an array. Then by assigning the Great Axe custom weapon, I'm essentially saying for levels 2 and above, on the second section, the second amount of spawning of the orc fighter, give them a great axe. Otherwise, by default, orcs are given a spear, a club, a short sword, or a dagger, and it's twice as likely to get a short sword or a dagger than it is to get a spear and a club. If you're gonna have a spear or a club, there's a 50-50 chance of a spear or club. And the armor is anywhere from leather chain shirt to a studded leather armor. So everyone in the party has that chance, unless it's overridden by specific weapon choice and armor choice. And that's how you basically spawn out your monsters. Now, the other parts of the monster spawning is that when you have like orc fighter spawn, the generalized idea of an orc. Let's go to orc fighter. An orc fighter is a mob fighter type with these base stats, and right now no bonus damage. So this is like your base, and with these base stats, a base stat means it's plus or minus 2 from 16. So minus 14 to 18, so it's 10 to 14, and so forth, of their stats. So, generally, when you create the orcs, or not just orcs, but when you want to have an encounter in the dungeon, you can either pick what's called a scenario. A scenario is a grouping of encounters. You could pick an encounter, which is a grouping of single party. And you can then, or you could pick specifically a single party. So your randomness, you could have the largest group, like so. On the scenario scale, you're basically saying these are the default monsters when nothing else is specified. Use these. Use this generation system. And that could be your basic default, and then you could specialize in your rooms by having multiple encounter types that may not be inside of, or could be inside of the scenario. So I'm trying to come up with I don't want to create, I'm trying to get away from creating a bunch of variables. I might just end up doing that. There's really nothing wrong with doing it that way. If you do an add encounter, for example, I'm specifically creating a humanoid encounter. Throw this in there and see what this looks like. these things. Don't do thresholds right now on those. Welcome in, Soul Labyrinth. Thank you for following. Appreciate that. That's awesome. Basically working up the skeletons of Bob spawning. Well, hello. I was going to abandon the process. Started working on, I'm like, nope, I don't like this at all. I don't like this function signature, passing in out variables and stuff. So I'm going to get rid of it. I'm just going to go ahead and bite the bullet and make a bunch of definitions. That's okay. So yeah, just basically working on the old core generation. So this is the programmatic generation of the monsters in the game. I'm probably going to end up moving this generator out into a separate exe that all it does is run and create like a custom base YAML file. And then you could use the editors inside of the game, the admin screens, to then add more to that. So that's how I could have a base. But right now, it's a chunk of code that's going to be inside of the game, executes, and then gets to hang around in memory forever, which is not ideal. But for now, we'll put it in, and then I can extract it later when I know it's working. Hopefully. So essentially you have 3 levels of spawn tables going from the greatest to the minimum, smallest. You can have a scenario spawner. This is your grand table. It's a table of tables, basically. In each entry in the table, you have a raffle ticket system. You get so many tickets, and all of them are, it's raffled off. It runs if you have 30 total tickets, it rolls 1 through 30, and then it'll pick, the winner of the, so that's the entries of so you have the scenario spawner. It's a table of tables, so scenario spawner contains encounters encounters themselves are a table of table. So the encounters then use the same raffle system, except with their each line or each item in that table are single party spawn definitions. Because in the game, the smallest unit that you're going to fight is a party of monsters, and I have a system that generates and instructs, okay, this is the kind of this is the mechanism that I want to use for this monster. This is the levels I want the monster to be. This is how many I want to have of them. Here are the weapon possibilities, and then here are the stat possibilities. The uniqueness of the monster depends on what kind of, in game terms, what class you choose to use, like a fighter, a caster, skilled melee. So you have many hard base classes. And then within those, everything's based off of a character, so you then set basically parameters that say, I want you to generate for strength between the numbers 4 and 10. And it'll randomly do that. Or you can set them exactly how you want them. So that way, you're basically you're programming probabilities. You can narrow it down. And because it's a 3-tier system, which is probably be too much, the scenario level is basically saying I get to indicate how many different kind of encounter groups I want for a level. And then the encounter groups, like say humanoids, they're all going to have party spawns of various types of humanoids. And then undead humanoids are undead humanoids, slimes, ruffians, and so forth. All the different kinds of types in the game of monsters. Ultimately, in a maze, you could choose by default. You're going to be set to index 0, so you have like an index of 1 to n, 0 based. So all the rooms in a maze level default to 0, and you set 0 to whatever you want to have as a default spawn. It could be a scenario, it could be an encounter, or you could say, you know what, white slimes. By default, it's just white slimes, if you want to do that. And then, in that spawn bank, you could basically say, all right, for number 1, I want humanoid encounter, so EN humanoids V1. And number 2, I want ruffians. And number 3, I want kobolds. And then number 4, I want specifically yellow slimes, and so forth. So then you can dial in exactly what you want, and you could assign that to a room. So you can say, I want this section of the room, these 4 rooms, I want them to be undead skeletons and zombies. And that's how you can do that. So it's very, very configurable, is the idea of it. Demo the game. I kind of broke it at the moment, but yep, so that's what I am. I am making a dungeon crawler. I'll fix this code up here shortly, and then I'll do a little demo. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So this Dungeons of Treptera is a classic retro dungeon crawl. I decided to make the game run as a web service. So it's a web server that serves up a website. Now the website itself, it just helps facilitate the graphics and the way it looks, and hold the images and such. But it doesn't actually run the game in your browser. It's just a client. But I'm just using web technology because I don't know how to make all the engines yet. So I do know how to make this other stuff. So let's just take what I know and put it together. So like over the code, Maze RPG library, or the C# code, this entire DLL essentially, that's the game. And then I plug it into some supervisory control code to get it instantiated and running inside of the website. Yeah. So if I write this correctly, I could port this library over to another C# something, and in theory continue. Well, I'd have to do all the redo the graphics hookup, but yeah, I could maybe get this to run somewhere else. So that's somewhere else I've been looking into, or it's like MonoGame. Now it's basically it's your hands-off engine. It's going to handle your graphics and such for you, but you got to come up with everything else programmatically. And this being a basically a slideshow with text, rolling text type and turn-based, doing something like that wouldn't be so bad. The next potential candidate would be Godot, because I think it's now C# as a first-class citizen. And I think Unity is also C#, so potentially those two. But with those engines, you're using an industry standard way of making the games with the, the nodes, all the different scenes and things like that, and working with that type of system. I'd have to understand that flow first before I know where to inject and plug in these things, because there's not a lot of animation, not a lot of live action controls on this particular iteration of the game. So like I said, it's nice old school. Some of the things that I'm working on the code, but I also have to do all the Godot definitely has. Yep. I even contemplated I know how these things are. I know how I put these things together. Let's rewrite it in GD script. I don't want to rewrite it in GD script right now. Put too much time in it to convert it to a different language and different way, different support for different structures. A lot of times the code, it's I'm using classes, and so I have abstract classes to represent like a character, and I build off of those to help maintain a commonality between them, and just add the functionality as you get more and more specific. And the engine basically says, hey, give me a party of characters. Character is just your generic. Everything's a character. And if the engine works off of the character and all the game mechanics works off of that level of generic level, then adding the special abilities then becomes I could focus on the special abilities. Kind of a systems built on systems a little bit. I've been working on this for about 2 years. I'm getting close to releasing something, so we'll see. Okay, so I need to create. Where's the slimes? Slimes are nuked. Yep, trying to keep it separate. Now, as to are you using any kind of design patterns and such? I'm not using a named design pattern. I'm not using a unit of work or, domain-driven design. I'm kind of not doing that. I am using class hierarchy and keeping things structured, and the game state is ran by a main game, the game object, the game rule system. And you basically have an entry point that says, all right, you want to start a round? Well, what does a round start off as? And it goes through its steps and executes a round. On the class itself, you make choices, and that sets parameters inside the class, like your selected weapon, your selected spell, your selected action, and then the game engine interprets those inputs and carries out the orders as it serves. So there is game state, but it's all kind of a little bit distributed. To get kind of technical with it. And I gotta have somewhat of a separation between my actual programming job and hobby. So I'll be a little loose. I want to explore different ideas out of the box a little bit with this too. think that's good. I think I got it back to where it was. Just start off simple. Why ruffians? Well, ruffians are a little tougher. Okay. All right, let's see if this can pause. Well, if I can add one, why wouldn't I do that? Alright, trying to figure out if I need this or not. Right, let's get rid of that for now. I don't need that. Alright, so this is the game. So the, essentially, yep, that's the startup game. Basically, the game will start up, and the idea of the game, I've kind of changed I've changed the format so that the hopes is on your modern cell phone, your modern, that it will fit the portrait style of the website, and so it'll scroll and fit into that. So this is going to be in the center of your screen, otherwise, for now, and give you that scroll in the center. So basically, it just describes, hey, this is very, very alpha. If you happen to play the game, which I kind of have open to public, then, play the game, but, it's going to reset a lot and things like that to it, so there we go. So that's the startup. If you're first time playing, it basically, the game needs to save a token so that it knows what game data belongs to you. The game works by essentially whoever has that token can play your game. If you are playing it on your own browser, then you'll play it. If somebody borrows your computer in your session, then they play it. Other than that, it uses that code. The code itself is an encrypted a token that's sent to you, and it's basically saved on your session data to last as long as it can. And that's, I think, the only actual cookie I'm using on that. Obviously, during development, there's cookies being sent to from .NET, but in production, that's it. At some point, I'll probably have an OAuth system. You can log in, but really, it's play by link. Once you register, you may ask for email address. You could add a fake one if you want. Essentially, at some point, if there's updates or for like recovery of your token, that's it'll email you that you set it in there, type of thing. All right, so I can start playing. Essentially, it's like I said, retro dungeon. So you can have a town. You can have all of the things of interest in the town. You go back here to rest, learn spells, buy and sell armor, weapons, and items. Rearrange your characters, recruit and train up characters, assemble them into parties, and then basically go. You have services to resurrect your characters if it may work. And then you have the ability to obviously go into the dungeon and such. So some of these places are, this is kind of just informational. Like it's in the storyline a little bit, and then you always hit the question mark and give you some help. And Adventure Guidance Center is basically, hey, how do you play this game? So it goes through here and it tells you a little tongue-in-cheek way of saying, hey, this is this is your group. You can have up to 6. The order is important. Your melee is up front, first 3. Your range is in the back 3. Generally, monsters want to fight the guys up the front, and then ranged will fight the guys in the back. But anybody can attack, and depending on what you're doing, if you use a dagger as a mage and you're way back, well, you're entering a melee range, so you'll be treated like a fighter, albeit not a very threatening fighter. So you don't get a lot more. They won't have a lot more wish to fight you, but it does increase other than sitting back on the spells. And different mobs will have different ways of fighting. Some might actually want to target the back, like a brain eater or something. Well, it's gonna go for your mages. Basically, the D20 system, not D&D. I do have the different the names, but other than that, it's different roles and different rules, essentially. But yeah, you do have weapons, armor, and then you have your abilities. You have your 4 iconic roles, which are fighter, cleric, mage, and thief. So, cast celestial healing magic, offensive magic, defensive magic. there's a little bit of crossover too. Fighters are your all-purpose, general-purpose fighter. Front lines. Thief is your skilled warrior. They will be able to detect traps, detect things, and also help with like attacking from shadows and things like that. When you get into the advanced roles, they have specifics like sages. I believe sages are going to use, basically these are like not an artificer. Artifact use, item use, sages will have an expertise in that. Wizards, they should be able to grab onto other monsters and make them charming. Use other creatures to do battle with you. Minstrels are kind of a combination of cleric thief. Ninja is a mage thief. A paladin is a fighter cleric. And then a wilder is kind of a mix between a ranger and a barbarian. These are a little more advanced. Game term wise, you could probably pay some gold or something like that for them to be recruited, or you pass certain gates within the game. Get certain so far. Everything's pooled together. So the idea of the game is that you're the game master and you're creating these guilds. You want to, say, start a party, get them going a little bit, and then turn around and build another party, maybe a different combinations, and then kind of work all of them together. You could go with one party all the way through, and then turn around and discover it'd be easier if I had different kinds of a makeup, then I have to start over level 1. But you could do that. The gold is currently shared between all your parties, so you could have your high-earning party getting some gold, and then you can go buy the good stuff if within your levels, if your characters are on the lower levels. Yeah, it gives you a little more advantage, but just because your level 1 fighter has a really good sword does not guarantee it's going to survive level 1 just because he has good equipment. So yeah, so it basically describes how to play the game. And then the guild hall is where you go and create your characters. It shows your active party. You can remove them forever. I can remove them, but not forever. You can remove them from your party into into the guild to be picked by other parties. And then you could look at your guild roster. I don't have anybody in my guild right now, just my party. Go to Adventure Seeking Fame right now. You could pick, like, say, a cleric. That shows up. I have a female cleric. Edit the name. You want to give a name, however you want. Hit save. Then if you hit train, you're basically re-rolling the stats. From the adventurer's side, you could have learned how well they work, what stats you need, like, you need some wisdom. Now, the more you roll, an internal luck stat goes down. Mainly because if you're trying to tweak out your character's stats, then you won't need luck. And I'm probably going to put some sort of limit to that. You're going to get like 5 choices every. You can get like you get a new choice every 2.5 minutes for a maximum of 25 choices to be consumed. And I'm probably going to limit how many times you could train before they say I'm done training, type of thing. Alright, we'll dismiss them for now. So yeah, you can create your characters this way. Right now, I got it saying create everybody. I'm only have fighter, cleric, mage, and thief available. Alright, pour snout. Basically, go in and do rest and recovery. Get to sleep. Different lengths of time. Yeah. The thing is, yeah, I mean, I don't mind the re-rolling a little bit, but it'd be kind of nice to kind of like have some sort of, maximized stats. Is not always going. That doesn't necessarily always mean the best. Actually, it'd be highly, highly rare to get maximum stats everywhere, but it could happen. So yeah, now right now you could, the more you rest, the more hit points and health you get back at one hit, at one time. But there will be conditions, things that will happen to your characters that require in-rest. Because different kinds of in-rest, a week of stay includes a full-time room service and access to caretakers specializing in physical therapy. A full month of stay allows for greater recuperation, access to healers, and if needed, physicians. And for the most dire situations, like, reattaching arms, might need a 6-month stay with 24/7 specialized care and frequent blessings from the clerics of the Celestial. So these levels will kind of come into play depending on if you get like a certain kind of disease or things like that in the higher levels of the maze. Add a little more fun. You could do that. You could also go for food and drink. Now you notice this is jumping up and down, and that's one of the things I need to work on, I'm using HTMX on some of this so that I can have in-place editing, and I'm going to be working on that so we'd have not refreshing of the screen so badly. If I pick Dreknar, for example, see it pops back up there like that, I don't like it. But yeah, you pick, like, say, your melee characters, and they can give them roasted animal flesh, for example. They eat that, and basically eat food and drink. Well, what does that do? It's going to give you like boons, and special statuses. Eating something before sleeping might give you a higher chance of learning a spell. So you could learn spells, or you could understand a spell, but you don't actually master the spell. And you have a chance either you go study at the arcane place, or you could actually just, every time you rest, you have a chance of, aha, I know the spell now. And so food and drink will help with things like that. Job quest and information is where you're going to go, and depending on your level and where you're at, your progress of your party, you're going to get a random, set number of things you can do extra. So, for example, wild boar, that you're going to get food drops, and if you come back here, then and your party has food drops, you could actually then get a meal made from that, and that's going to give you extra things. And that might be a stinker, and have some mystery stuff that you might end up causing negatives. We'll see. It's just something fun to discover. Play to discover what works. Basically, your typical go buy me some weapons type place. Weapons, armor, or you could sell. Right now it's a giant list. I gotta reduce this list based off of character level and also what type of character you are. And I need to go back through and add a bunch of weapons so that you get more interesting weapons as you get older. Not older, but more experience. Type of thing. Yeah. So you got that. You have Arcadia, where you do the spells, essentially. Spell tomes. Ooh, I could buy Rigor Mortis. I didn't know he did not have it. Let's get it. Purchased and successfully mastered it. Ah, perfect. Okay. Wait. He's not supposed to have Rigor Mortis. I reset some game files. I thought Rigor Mortis is a little bit too arcane-like magic, but I don't know. Seemed kind of powerful. Maybe I'll just go with it. Actually, I don't know what will happen. We'll find out. So yeah, finally, we're in the game. Like four or five randomly chosen ambient music, ambient sound effects in the background. You just move through. You rotate around the maze. You'll have to learn the maze as you go. Just trench it around, move to the right, move to the left, move forward. Go through a door if you want to. And for the spawning of when it comes time to spawn these monster groups, it's a 1 in X odds. So, right now, like say the scenario for level 1, SC Maze 1, or the maze scenario, it's 1 in 20 chance. So every time you move, rotate, do any action, it checks 1 in 20 and sees if you're going to fight something. Appears to be broken. I may have broken it because am technically. Oh, here we go. So the view is a 3x5. It's a 3x5 projection. So 5 going from forward. So wherever you're facing, you are forward. The first room, second room, third room, fourth room, fifth room, and then you have the wall from inside the room showing up. And then you have the side walls of each room. And I render the rooms left to right, back to front, smallest to largest. And then I lay over in there. So basically every possible wall with door is rendered without the floor, because the floor is a separate image, and everything else is transparent. And then when you call the game state, it says, here is your list of files for it to show up. And then in the JavaScript, and actually the HTML, then it renders, a minimal, however many pictures it takes. It's going to render them all at once and then over top of each other. So it gives you the illusion of a 3D. So I just got a random event. Basically, gas clouds came through and zapped me. and I got a little damage. So there's always a chance of just getting inherent danger. Different things happen, and your characters have the ability to, avoid it, depending on who they are and their level. I appreciate that. And then you can go through it. Now, what's interesting with the room is the room defines the wall on the inside of the room. So if I'm outside the room and I turn around and look at it, if the next room I went into did not have a wall, then it appears that there's no wall in front of me. But once I get into that room and turn around, there could be a wall. That allows me to have one-way rooms. So if you have two rooms together, say north and south room, the north room has a south wall, and the south room has a north wall. That puts a double wall. I mean, that's a true wall. But if the south does not have a north wall, then when you move forward and you go forward north, now you're up the top floor and you turn around, there's a wall. So you get trapped, potentially get trapped. Now, as the level editor, I probably will have to come up with, it shouldn't happen, but if it does, if you go into a room and there's no way to escape it, after a set amount of time, an option will pop up saying, it appears you're stuck. I think one way I could deal with it is I just send in a highly powerful monster to unstuck you. If you die, you're unstuck. Potentially. That would be evil. I don't want to do that to people. Well, maybe. Depends. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and keep moving here. Oh, here we go. So, the game mechanic. I think it's an interesting game mechanic. But essentially, the game knows in this particular level all of the odds. So I get a distinct list of odds. Like, from all the generations possible, I know I have 1 in 10s, I have 1 in 20s, and say I have 1 in 30s. So I have 3 groups, 10, 20s, and 30s. What I will do then is for the 10s, I will queue up 10 rolls of 1 in 10. And then same thing for the 1 in 20 group, and the same thing for the 1 in 30 group. Then if I'm moving into a room that has 1 in 10, I pop off that queue 1, and then I put another roll at the end. This gives me the ability to kind of look into the future. I basically roll 10 rolls out. And that way, I have the characters, every time you move, they look ahead, like, say, 5 rolls. And they do some stat checks. And if they pass, they feel danger approaching. And that's the messages. When it gets really close, you have to have you have to pass a really good skill check. Because you'll get a final message saying it's like imminent. Now, if you get that message, it means that you're guaranteed the next, well, not always guaranteed. Because I could be moving from one room with 1 in 10 to the room ahead of me that's a 1 in 20. Well, that goes off the 1 in 20 table. But as soon as I go back to the 1 in 10, boom, it's going to be a monster. If I know that, I could go into inspection, spell, prepare, cast, get all kind of spelled up, and then go into the battle. So you can have a little bit of a jump on what's happening if you pay attention to what's happening around you and your characters. So, danger's still approaching. All right, there's silence. Not a good thing. And then it blows up because I have a problem. Let me fix it. What is your problem? Well, I have a small bug here, but I'll fix it. Excuse me. Oh, I guess there's no attack. Alright, I definitely got some generation problems. I was working on the generator. Alright, let's try to see if this works again. I screwed it up. God, okay. We'll get back to this. Hang on. Hang on. All right. You know what I could do? I know what I could do. This is why you have Git and versioning. What is this file scenario? Git, let me say the view history. Scenario mobiles build. Alright, build. Let's start with just reverting it back. Yeah, it's always good to revert back, right? Let's take what this currently is. Comment it out and let's tell Visual Studio I don't care. Alright. Control V. Alright, let's go into what slimes, go to definition, and slime's white, slime's yellow, slime's red, slime's blue, slime's red, slime's white, yellow, and blue, somewhere. It looks like it's a match. Alright, let's try to just see if this works. Oh, it's probably going to complain about... No, it should. Go back to the okay, Bob knows everything. All right, well, let's go back to the maze and see how it works or not. There we go. Nice, working now. All right, so then you have okay. We got undead kobolds. You could have multiple groups. Right now, generally, we're fighting just one group at a time. But you have a multiple selector here. You have a nice quick button that says, "Hey, just assign everyone to group 1," which basically says, "I want everyone to start fighting." It means the entire party is going to now set to fight. Now you could do that individually by clicking fight and then selecting all the ones that you want to fight. But if you want to say use a spell, and let's say I'm going to go to my mage down here, I'm going to click this and then pick. No, I know not to, but I'm going to pick sleep just for example. And And then I will pick Thick Fog. And then I will have my cleric cast some sort of armor. Armor 2. And then, say for an ability, I would have my fighter go attack in shadows. Now, these are level 2s, so this might be a overkill, but we'll find out. Right, when you're all right now, down below you can kind of see an overview of, okay, here's all the characters, what they're going to be doing. So they're fighting spell. And then down below is a secret testing out things. So this lets me know the health statuses of the character, of the parties that you're fighting, so I can see if it's actually working or not. Generally this information would not be here, but I may have spells that allow you to see that as like a clairvoyance or some sort of spell. Alright, basically though, here's your picture. You go to battle. And now you get a text rollout of all the things that happen in the battle. First down below, and it grows. So essentially our cleric was able to get the armor spell off right away. Silk went into shadows and then was able to successfully attack twice. 20 of that damage was vital. So it would have been just a 6? No, 16, yeah. Short sword got 3 times. So Kobold here got mortal wounds from that attack and mortal wounds from that attack. And these 2 spells don't go off because everyone seems to be slain. So you hit ready. Your rewards, you get your XP and gold. XP is divided up by how many characters are in your party that are alive. And gold is based off of how many players are alive. So gold goes down the less players you have, and XP goes up the more players you have, the less players you have. Sorry. So yeah. There you go, hit ready. Now at this point, this is also where you could find treasure or have traps. There we go. So that's a battle. So we'll just go move forward some more. There we go. Engulfed in a wave of foreboding. Immediately tells you that the next attack is going to be bad, so I could say inspect, spell, Bob, and let's do armor 3. There we go. Everyone has armor 3. And then I'll scroll a little bit and exit inspection. I'll rotate. And then explosion! Why is this null? What have you done? Do I not have zombies? I really have no zombies. Are there no zombies? Nope. What? Don't really know. There is no zombies. Are you kidding me? How did I wipe them out? I did. Cool. Well, crash. You're looking at humans. Why not head? Oh, I put they're undead. Alright. Definition zombie. Right. Oh, I just never added the zombies. Well, that's convenient. Okay, well, bring in the zombies. Build. Okay, so we have zombies. We have zombies. What? But we don't have zombies. Yeah, we do. All right. I have another idea. So with this, this is an admin screen. So this is the map editor of the game. And this is probably the problem. All right, let's nuke everything. Excuse me. Let's go to spawn. I really need a clear all function, but I don't have one right now. So basically you go through your maze, create your walls and doors, and then you could assign each room a spawn index, what you want it to spawn. So now everything is 0 by default, and that's maze V1. So now we have, let's make this one 15. Okay. Export maps. Let's go to the code. And let's take a look inside of the data. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, so we will then start the game back up now. Back to game. And right back in the maze. All right, work out some bugs and do some resetting of the generation. Right, Roxy's engulfed in a wave of foreboding. Crash. Okay, not crash. Oh, mystical. Oh, this sucks. Oh, really? 6 of them. Thanks. Okay, so we got 6 mystical kobolds. Oh, hello, Wind. Thank you for joining my stream today. This is my dev stream. Glad to have you. Now this is my Dungeons of Treptera game I'm working on. It's web-based. It's running on the server using your browser as a client. So the game's actually running on the server, and we're going through a battle. And some of the things I've been working on is monster generation, which I think I've thoroughly trashed, and I'm just now getting it back to working again. So we're in the middle of a battle. So yeah, so I do the coding. I also have to do all the artwork as well with this. Oh, awesome. Well, hello and welcome. Whoosh. Thank you so much. Thank you for checking out my stream. Appreciate that, Wind. Thank you for joining. Yeah. Yep, we're doing the old game dev today. Appreciate that so much. Thank you so much. Hope you had a good stream. I snuck in on your stream to see that you were doing some free art. Awesome. I should always say yes when I see that, but I keep forgetting to do that. And if I got free art, I'd just have to get permission to put it into my game. So, you know, either that. Or if you want to create your custom monster to go into my game, you can feel free to. I'll give you the dimensions. You can do that if you wish, if you have time. But yeah, essentially this is a dungeon crawl RPG. It's basically you're going to go around and into a dungeon and look for monsters to fight. And the deeper in the dungeon you go, the more stronger they become. You have traps and puzzles, more like traps and random puzzles. With that, you could also level up your characters, buy more weapons, buy or find equipment in the dungeon. There will be a kind of a storyline behind it, but the main is it's having fun with a dungeon crawl grind in battle. You have a party of 6. You have a party of 6. You could try with a party of 1. I would not recommend. And you can do different types of mixes for different strategies. Well, thank you so much. So yeah, we are getting ready to fight the mystical kobolds. Now, I could fight this as if I didn't know what I was doing, but my party is level 13. They've been through some tests, so I can't quite do that. So these are kobolds. I know that they cast spells. Well, thank you very much. Yep. Yeah, this is about 2 years now. In November will be 2 full years. So I'm hoping sometime in spring to have at least some sort of release. Alright, I'm going to assign everyone to fight. We're going to cast some spells. I'm going to have the cleric do some armor. I'll have mage cast sleep. The other mage will cast thick fog. Now just do lava burst. Burn them with fire. Have the thief go ahead and go in and do some shadow attacking. You have the 2 fighters up here. This particular group is 2 fighters, a cleric, 2 mages, and 1 thief. So here we go. We're gonna do some battling. Silk disappears. Cast lava burst. They got caught in fire, and now they're ablaze. So you get a little bit of descriptive text and how much damage is done. Apparently they're all dead. All been shish kebabbed. Everyone's starting to parry is usually an indication. Everyone bit the dust. That's good. Okay, all the enemies bit the dust. Now I did spend 20 minutes creating level 1 characters just to go into the maze and immediately bite the dust, all of them. And I'm like, is it unbalanced or should it be roguelike? I'm not sure yet, but we'll take a look at that. Absolutely. So, looks like we did survive. They did not. And they gave up gold and experience. So there we go. Go back to dungeon music sound. So yeah, you just basically go through the dungeon. Get lost. I have a special town recall button here that cheats, sends me right back to town, but you're probably going to disable that or have the magical item that allows you to have that button. That button only shows up if you're in a ladder that goes to town. So if I was not having that, I would be more careful about remembering where I'm moving around. So, what I was just working on. Yes. So the engine itself, the game rules and such is just the engine is like a pure logic engine that runs the game. That's its own library, a C# library. Then I'm using a website to deliver the game. So I basically have to build a website, and I embed the engine inside the website. And then because it's a website, I have to craft the web pages to make them game pages, essentially. And then that input, it gathers the appropriate input and stuff from the player, depending on what page they're on, and then sends that into the engine. And the engine turns around and says, okay, you've selected this, or you need to do that. And then when you go to do a battle or move forward, it does a round of calculations, essentially. I appreciate that, Digny. Thank you. It does a round of calculations and basically says, okay, render the page with these 12 images stacked on top of each other. I'm using the transparency so that you get that illusion of having that, which, and honestly, it looks like this. So if I were to go to games, maze, go into the WW, go to maze parts, and then I do have multicolor. At some point in time, I'll get the multicolor to work, but right now we're in green. So I have the view is 5 rooms deep, and it's 5 rooms deep and 3 rooms wide. I would have it bigger, but that means more drawing and more perspective. And when I get the time to do that, I have to. I'll do that later. But I think 3 by 5 is good enough for right now. So up close, the most up close, you have front, right. This is in front of you, right. Door, not door. And then the left side door, right wall, third, right door, no door, and partial door. So then that's level 0, level 1, a little bit further away. So what I did is I kind of created like one maze, got it all kind of drawn out, painstakingly cut and paste, cut out everything else but what was needed. This is before I had MS Sprite, so I did that in MS Paint. So cut and pasting and making transparency, I would do a sprite. When somebody could build a brush extension for a sprite to make it behave like the oil paint brush in MS Paint or the color pencil, I would then probably fully use a sprite. I just gotten too used to those tool sets right now. And it's not like pure pixel art. I mean, okay, these guys are kind of pixel art here, but the other ones are more like in between pixel art / digital clean. It's not digitally clean. It's it's meant to have kind of a brushed stroke look to it. But yeah, you just get all the views down to the furthest away. And if you stack this one with this one and this one, oh yeah, wait, if I get the right ones. Oh, and the names of the file are kind of encoded. Center, fourth one in, transparent. Center, fourth one in with door. Left, fourth one in. Left with door, fourth one in. That's what these codes mean. So I convert game data to the names of the files. And I said A because I used to have no bricks in any of these graphics, and so now there we are. This is set A. Then I used A sprite and hue shift and got myself some gold and different things like that. Yeah, these are 350 by basically 345 by 345. I used to in the browser double that size. I liked it big, but recently, thank you for the Mr. Evil there has would like to play this on his phone, and I'm like, you're right. I should make this work on a phone. So that's why the game goes vertically like this, is because this should mostly fit. The important things should mostly fit on a standard portrait, modern. At some point your screen size is pretty much large enough. It's not able to completely. It's not a great website, but it should fit your portrait of your phone. Now the highlighting and stuff doesn't work because that doesn't work on your phone, but unless you maybe a stylus. But anywho's, yeah. So I'm working out so I have to switch gears and sometimes just do website development. Like, okay, I need to fix this bug where it's jumping up and down all the place, and then go back to the game. Today's a little more back into the game. So yeah, absolutely. There's a special cheat. So this is the mob index of the game. So this is all the artwork I've been working on. And then a sprite used that to do hue shifting to get more characters. But yeah, essentially, and I've kind of been sharing these on White Vaults a lot. But yeah, just the humanoids. And a mushroom guy. You gotta have ferrets, of course. And most of these been they're hand drawn. I've had references. Now, like the ferret, for example, I took like a stock ferret picture and completely stenciled that into just an outline. One color, dark color outline, and then I converted it into the color like this. Oh, I think I have 400. I think. Let's find out. At first, I don't have enough monsters. And I still feel like I don't have enough monsters. Actually, a lot of times I'm worried I don't have enough variety of monsters. They're either too much undead or... We got the count. Oh, man. I hate Windows. Oh, there it is. Yep, 472 items so far. I have some of my tooling. Let's see if I can get this to work. I will apologize for the flashbang. A lot of times I'll use Miro to kind of just get some ideas out. Where is it? Oh, there it is. That's not the right one. Well, go to the game. There we go. I'll certainly appreciate that. So I've been kind of like storyboarding. Like, okay, so maybe level 1's going to have these monsters. A group of slimes here, kind of give an idea of what I'm going to be putting together visually. And I spent a lot of time trying to copy the images over. And this is going ham on all the alternates, so that's not even up to date. I don't know if this is a great idea to do it this way, but sometimes I'm visual. I like to kind of see what I'm doing. And then I got 7 more levels to go. But this is where I started figuring out, okay, kind of grouping these by kinds of monsters and kind of give an idea of how much variety of the kinds of monsters that we would have. So, I got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 varieties. And there's sub-varieties within them. There's like humanoid. These are creatures. Like you got giants. These are like plant-based. No, these are weirds. Plant. Oh yeah, we got, And then we got animals. Or insects, actually. And a few humanoids. What I have found is drawing monsters is easier for me. But when I started getting into perspectives of like trying to draw a human being or a human, it starts getting weird and difficult. I just don't know why. So I would love to make these kind of portraits for your characters. But my first attempt, I threw away because it was just awful. So, I'm working on those. It's kind of funny. A couple years ago, I was kind of small call. Hey, any artists want to do some game art? And didn't really get a response much. Not that I tried hard. Then I thought, well, I have a little latent art, but I haven't done it for a long time. And when I did do it, was actually a physical medium is rough paper on charcoal or pastels. So the digital tool is kind of like that. So that's what I'm used to. Anyway, yeah, so that's fun. So you got to put your art hat on and do some art, and you turn around and put on your programming art hat. Kind of why I'm Chief Multi-Hat. Yeah, Chief Multi-Hat actually came from a worker. He was I was the IT department, so I had to do all the IT for the business. So I had to do a lot of different types of disciplines in IT. So he termed me Chief Multi-Hat. It didn't come with the pay, but it did come with the title. Alright, so yeah, this is just basically the code now. Might be a little boring into the code, but yeah, essentially, I got the game kind of running on the side. Do some more battles. So I think it's set up as 1 in 15 chance. Every move you make. Not necessarily every breath you take, but as you move through, there we go. So we had a few spikes. Just some spikes came out of the walls and got me. That's a 1 in 50 chance. Oh, we got randomly hurt. Let's make sure no one's dead. Okay, good. All music and sound effects is from Kevin MacLeod from Infotech. He does a lot of royalty-free music for game developers. It's awesome. Oh, I was supposed to have a 1 in 50. Yeah, and by having like alternate patterns for your floor, every odd floor gets the other pattern. You kind of get this illusion of movement. Oh, there we go. I think I clicked too fast. I did. I clicked too fast, and this was not a guy I should have clicked fast on. Oh. So, if you click a lot, the game punishes you by a bug. I might call it a feature. If you get too impatient, click, it will say, "Oh, you clicked through you must want everyone to parry. Okay, I'll just do the first round of battle for you." No. Yeah, I certainly did. And the problem is I ran into the infamous Ruffian. Now this pays homage to the old Wizardry games where, as a level 1 level 1 party, you could run it, or level 2 party, you could run it as something that basically kills your party members right off the bat. You just kind of learn which ones are bad. Ruffians are that. They have the ability to remove the head. And unfortunately, that's exactly what has happened. A riffraff rends twice to harm my cleric Bob for 10 points of damage. Riffraff's poison short sword just cuts once for 9 on my very dexterous, very, very quick and nimble thief, but wasn't quick and nimble enough. Has succumbed to the effects of decapitation and was poisoned for 24. So we now have Soka's no more. Alright, well, let's see if we can survive this. It's half beaten. Let's do some party heals. Can't heal the dead, though. Let's do some sleeping. Sleep. And let's do some lava bursting. And I'd have my thief do a sneak attack, but he's dead. Alright, well, just cross your fingers. Oh my goodness! My luck is horrible. Wow. Streamer luck. Except it's not lucky. I've had a entire party wipe, a level 1 on stream. And while I'm testing, it doesn't happen. And now I'm showing a battle here. Now I have two people missing their heads on stream. Perfect. Alright, let's take a look at the damage. Alright, Mr. Riff Raff here, once again, relieves higher order functioning. Some more damage. Critical. Oh, Natasha, good. And then Belinda, the other mage, horrified, was able to cast sleep. And sleeped everybody except for one. But hopefully Dreknar's got him. Hopefully, we'll find out. And we got some healing done, so let's see what's left. Alright, this means there were a total of 4 at the beginning of the battle. 3 exist, 0 are ready to fight me. Good. We'll now have everyone fight, almost. And we'll do another lava burst. Let's go. Yes, got my kobolds. Unfortunately, it doesn't come out very well when it's small and dark. Unless you have, I use dark mode, but if you use a light mode, you probably see it better. And I found that if I remove it, I lose the ability to have my first 5 are basically not being checked. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I'm afraid to remove it, so I'll need to work on those. I need to work on sub goals, or a little bit of sub benefits, and then also just get all the emotes kind of going. And finally got a schedule going a little bit, see how well I can stay on that. And yeah, so a little bit of stream maintenance. But all right, we got some success. Looks to be Riff Raff had died from being burned. Good. All right. Yay. So for game experience, there was a death in the party, so it will select a special selection of music just because that happened. Get a little funeral dirge going. Yep. Question is, do I try to go back home? Or do I cheat and just go right back home? Uh-oh. Feel danger approaching. Okay, I'm safe. And then if you successfully run... Oh, I could have ran away from... If you do successfully run away from a party... I agree. I think just giving up and not dying is not cheating. That's correct. So, yeah. And if you successfully run away, you get runaway music. Yep. So, depending on your character capabilities, you have a chance of getting a warning about things happening. Yep. And I want to add a little more ambient type stuff to that in the game as we go. Especially if you're on a quest. You might have like a hot-cold puzzle and things like that. Alright, let's go to town and see what happens. Alright. I don't have 6 members, so it's going to tell you, hey, you might not want to go in the dungeon without 6 members. What happens is that your dead is taken from your party, and brought to the Celestial Curios of Sol Emporium. So, when mortality strikes and adventurers may no longer be among the living, CCSE can be of service during the great time of need. Opening a patronage account with us and supporting the local chapter will give you a knowing peace that clerics stand by to bring the fallen back from the brink. So the idea of this mechanic is that you deplete your coffers a little bit and put in some patronage, and then as you use their services, if you have patronage, they'll do it, and if it's successful, they subtract a fail amount and a success amount. I'm still working on that. The cost for resurrection is exorbitantly high to the point where it's out of balance, so I'll probably balance that toward the end of the game. Right now it's free. If you just push the button, you just fill the coffers. So anyway, you can pick stats to kind of say, okay, who is what, and Roxy here is very smart, not so healthy. And Silk is, he's kind of average actually. Well, he's a little above average. He's, he's not too sure of himself, and his health is a little bit less than normal. But he's strong, he's smart, and he's average wisdom. So anyway, yeah, here's what you have, basically 0 hit points. So yeah, I'm gonna pick Roxy, and I'm gonna say resurrect. So she did not answer the call, but she's also not destroyed. So that's good. All right, we'll try again. The last of the incense is burnt. Supplications are finished. Roxy takes a sweet breath and begins to move around. So the attendants are finishing up the orientation, and they'll return Roxy back to the Grand Hall, the Guild Hall. So I got to go back to the Guild and then add her back into my party. Now Silk, let's see what happens to Silk here. Now, there's a hidden stat called Luck, and when you generate your character at the beginning, the more times you retrain your character or try to roll to get a better character, that luck goes down. And so higher stats, that's good, but then things like coming back from the dead, luck almost guarantees you could come back. Otherwise, it's just the chances of, hopefully it won't happen now. See? Yeah, see, didn't come back. And then he did come back. Good. There is a possibility it'll say that Silk disappears, the clothing and everything just disappears. He will not be coming back to the mortal realm, and you permanently lose your character. Just there's that chance. I really got to make that clear though, so that when you play the game, it's in your first level of your characters, the chance is low, if almost impossible. But the higher level you get, there's the chance for that. Well, yeah. Expired party members may not decide to return to this mortal realm, or their condition may be too grave for life services. CCSE cannot be held responsible for accidental chimera creations, zombification, or disintegration of fallen friends. All services are paid up front, no refunds. Yeah. So I do need to make an event, so if that does happen, now you gotta, whoever's, you have a zombie running around in town. That'd make for interesting news. Alright, let's go back, get our star players. Go to the Guild Hall. Let's go to the Guild roster. There's Roxy and Silk, so I'll hit recruit. Recruit. Don't hit dismiss because I don't have any kind of, are you sure? It just does it. Game flaw. What is this? I got robbed. Oh, I should, that'd be funny. This is where you find out that happened. Oh, that'd be evil. So yeah, you get your main characters, fighter, thief, cleric, and mage, but then you have your advanced ones. Now, I have them available here, but depending on quests and things, you can unlock the ability to get your other special characters. It doesn't mean that you want to just use them. but you'd want to use maybe one of them in your party, in more advanced parties. So yeah, the way it works is if you click on a fighter, the fighter comes in, and there's your stats. You hover over it, kind of tells you what the bonus is on it, their beginning equipment, and their level. So yeah, if you hit train, these numbers change. So it's not too bad. I mean, you could take that and have higher luck. That's pretty average. It's not really average. Alright, got some nice, good strength, good health. Pretty wise for and smart for a fighter. I mean, that could be, you know, that could be a good furry, so you know. There we go. Got a fighter. Sharper attack. Good news is we've brought your friend back. Bad news, the boss has come with him. So yeah, you could, and then if you just want to create another party group, you just go down and hit a new party charter, and then you add more characters. Probably I need to make a limit of how many you can have, you know, how many slots. But yeah, you can build out different types of parties and of different abilities. All right, let's head back out. Now, if you go to the Adventure Guidance Center or in the maze, these guys are out of order. So if I click on Silk and then click on Roxy, they switch places. So the order is important. Now if you hit stats and everybody, you can tell that sometimes when you get raised, you get all your health back, but they did not. So just as there's a chance for permanent extinction, I should have like a high chance of, like, say, a special boon. That'd be kind of fun. Life 2.0 brings upon you the ability to... Yeah, so we'd just go to the Boar Snout. This gives you overall the 75% health and everyone's at 95% mana. So I'm going to hit Rest and Recovery. And you can pick how long you want to sleep. A week, a day, or a month. Now, you will be able to gain certain conditions that require this kind of sleep. And you'd have to, like, rest for a week. That's because different levels have different kind of capabilities. So yeah, you could have a full day's worth of rest, includes a quick quiet time for reading, polishing equipment, and meditating. A week of stay includes a full-time room service, access to caretakers specializing in physical therapy. A full month of stay allows for greater recuperation, access to healers, and if needed, physicians. And for the most dire situations, the 6-month stay, I'm not sure, mauled by a dragon or something, includes 24/7 specialized care, frequent blessings from the clerics of the Celestial. So yeah, you could, right now it just gives you a big bonus. There is game time. I don't have it really make use of it yet, but you can kind of, I'm working on the idea of aging. It's kind of weird because you could have a party out in the maze for a month of time. Everyone else doesn't age a month of time, so I don't know. I'm kind of working on that. I got to abstract the idea a little bit. You know, that's a real quick nutshell of the game, essentially. Oh, you can go into a... Now this music here, this one I wrote. There's a website called Flat.io, allows you to compose music, pick instruments, and then you could render it out. So I went ahead and spent some time in creating some music. But I can't make a lot of the game music, so that's just an example of it. And here's where I'll give a thanks to McLeod. And then here is the ability to essentially copy to your clipboard, if you have it active, the link, the encrypted token and the link to your save game. And then you open up your browser, go to bookmarks, and then you hit paste and create the bookmark. If you just paste it into your browser, then it'll immediately take you there and save a cookie. But if you save the link, then if you clear your cookies, you can come back into the game. If you lose the link, you lose access to the game. It's basically, it doesn't have any kind of security necessarily. It's play by link. If you connect it to your browser, then it works on your browser, the browser that you used. At some point, I will probably be adding, well, not probably, I will be adding a little more advanced character account management potentially. So yeah, that's. I mean, it's a real simple game. I mean, from a gaming standpoint, retro style, good old dungeon crawl type of thing. I'm basically making all the mechanics of it, and then when that's kind of complete, I really got to sit down and develop the game, which is the whole game of making the game. So, yeah. I'm going to shift gears a little bit and kind of get into coding. Bring up. Background music. There we go. So essentially what I'm working on is creating excuse me, creating the monsters. And that's what I've been doing. I was adjusting some code and kind of got to a place where, no, I don't like this at all, and then I had to start over. Yeah, so this is a little bit of the code. And I may repeat myself, and I apologize. Basically, the game, the way the monsters work is you got 3 groups of monsters, tables. You have a overarching table, which is a scenario. That's like the highest level. A scenario contains encounters, and each encounter, it's a raffle system. So how many tickets do you want to pay? How many tickets do you want per encounter? So I'm going to have 5 encounters. Each one gets a ticket. That means every one of those encounters have an equal chance of being picked. If I wanted to weigh those, add weights to them, then I give the ones more tickets. So you can kind of give a flavor of flavor of battle types, essentially. You want to theme your encounters by with a group of monsters, and that's how you'd separate your themes. I have basic separation based off like species, but you can get into kind of gameplay type monster groups. So a scenario has a group of encounters. An encounter, dangerous. And then the encounters then have a group what's called single party spawns. Everything in the game, you fight a party of monsters. Single party, and that's a group or a party. You can construct now, there's no real limit. I mean, sky's the limit. I'll probably put some hard limits, like no more than 12, but it could generate random, basically you're giving it instructions. Here is how I want you to go about creating a party of monsters. All these monsters are fighters, and every time you create a fighter, I want you to use these stat ranges and these weapons, and they come with whatever else you want to configure. So you have basically instructions on how to create those party spawns. An encounter contains however many party spawn instructions, each one of them. Inside of those, you get down into the actual how do you create the party. So there's a lot of room for customization and how you want to kind of maybe slightly over customize, but it basically really allows you to fine tune how you build out your parties and their abilities and how much. So you can get, and then so it's not pure random, but you're giving it within tables, so you can kind of give a percentage of chances and things. And the maze is set up so that all the rooms, so the maze is set up where you have an encounter table. Shouldn't probably call it encounter table, and I have encounters, but I think I call it a spawn table. Basically, it starts off with 10 of them, but you can have more. Index 0 basically means the very first index. You generally want to set that to like a scenario. You give it the name, like SC Maze 1. So for level 1, index 0, or the first spawn, is scenario 1. Now, if you want to customize the maze and say, okay, now this zone is just slimes. So you create an encounter that creates potential for 5 different slime types. That would be the slime encounter. Then you could say, assign the slime encounter to slot 1. And then in the rooms, you say, make that a 1. Make these 5 rooms 1. And then you say also in the program, 1 in 20 chance to do this. So every time you move around, it's a 1 in 20 chance you get a slime. Pick what slime you pick and how big. What's nice about the monster generation is that you can set things up so that it takes a look at your character average party and goes, oh, since you're level 6 on average, make these number of slimes at this level with some tougher weapons. So now the slimes you fought at the slimes you fought at the earlier parts of the maze, you might find on the second level another blue slime and go, oh, push over, and it slaps upside the head. How to push over. So you get things like that, fun things like that. So now I'm in the nitty gritty of like trying to create, I guess, the default instruction set. Because ultimately this game is built around data files. And technically, you can change every aspect of the game by changing those data files. So the information gets exported out. And if you own and run the game, you could technically shape this game however you see fit. Is kind of the idea. It's not really meant for you to do that, but it's meant for, you could download, I can give you like an adventure pack that basically changes out the monster pictures, gives you a different motif, gives you a different, and then you can play the game with different, it could be in space, it could be in underwater, different things like that. I was kind of getting a little technical. It does go a lot deeper. If you want to show wishes to see the deeper, like we can get really, yeah. Want to see some rare weeds? I got some. Okay. Let's see here. We got basically the game works off of systems built on systems. So you start off with like your character, which has all the core definitions, core abilities of what defines what a character is. Almost everything is broken down into that level, so that the game engine is basically asking, give me your character, and I will then run these rules. And if it's a fighter, the fighter will resolve numbers down to the character level, and then the engine uses the character. That way I can go out and make all kinds of different types of fighters, but the game engine turns around and still works with all of them. It's kind of the idea of the system. So for me as a developer then, as a programmer, it allows me to go in and start adding different character types. So the character types are pretty much set. I have like an abstract. So a character goes into a player. Player will add base stats. It's a base basically for every player. Human player character is of type player. And then I would then turn around and say, okay, now let's make a caster, which is a overall something that can cast magic. That a player that's a player caster. And then a melee is for battling, and skilled melee is more like for your thieves and your ninjas. Your melee is more like for your paladins and fighters and rangers type of thing, and so forth. Then you break down from those. A magic caster will cast magic type of casting, and then you further on make it even more refined. You start saying, okay, here's your proficiency stats for this particular class, and here are the items you can use as that class, for example. Now it's starting to decide what items you can use. Celestial casters, your clerics. What kind of weapons can they use? What kind of armor they can use? Because not all characters use the same stuff. Same thing for the physical melee. Physical melee has more attacks per level than your standard attacks per level. So it kind of builds, like I say, it gets more and more. A wizard, I don't think I've fully put that into place, but it's kind of a combination of cleric mage. And that's a celestial caster. Now, cleric is a very specific kind of celestial caster. So then, yeah, you could then further on say, well, here's your base core stats. So the way this works is, like, say, strength, how strong you are. Generally, it's going to roll between 9 and 13, and it's 1 in 10 chance that I'll get a bonus. And if you get a bonus, bonuses are dealt out by... Let's go find out. Bonus standard is this. There are 8 tickets for 1 point, 4 tickets for 2 points, 2 tickets for 3 points, and 1 ticket for 4 points. So if you run a bonus, if you 1 in 10 chance of getting a bonus, and most likely going to be a 1 point bonus, with decreasing amounts of chance for higher, but it could happen. So then that means that I can get up to 4 points added. So I could get a maximum of 17. So a cleric can't get any higher than 17. Cool. Yep. So this is the randomness. So I'm kind of coming up with like a core. How do you build? I want the experience of rolling to be not too predictable, but I also don't want it like some games where it's like you roll and you get a bunch of 1s and 2s. I'm like, oh, you kidding me? You keep rolling. It just kind of, or you spend your points and you spend like 3 hours making a character. I mean, there is some that find that fun. I kind of do, but not really. So yeah, so that basically I'm kind of preloading up things you can do with your characters. Yep. So like your cleric then, Dex it's a little bit less chance, 7 and 11. Constitution is, I mean, a cleric is like your second best fighter, so a little more chances of, a little bit of a fighter light. Now, this 5 means it's a 1 in 5 chance of getting a bonus instead of 1 in 10. Intelligence, clerics they're not really known for a lot of, they're intelligent, but not necessarily super intelligent. But they excel at wisdom. So here they really are going to get between 11 and 15 with a 1 in 3 chance of a bonus, and even in a bonus extra, you have 10 points for you get 6 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You could have a bonus up to 6, a plus 6. Now, if you add 10, 18, add these all together, you have 1 in, huge chance of getting 6. You're most likely going to get a 1, a 2, or a 3. Which, strangely enough, probably just ends up being the same as the other distribution inadvertently. Made bigger numbers in the same amount of distribution. That's dumb. I'll look at the analysis later. But essentially, I thought you were going to get bonuses. Basically, you have a higher chance of just really getting some really good wisdom. And then, charismatic. They're a little bit charismatic, so there you go. So yeah, so then that's the flavor for, say, a cleric. And a fighter, then, they could use natural armor, light, medium, and heavy armor. They get 10 hit points per level, up to 10. And they can have they're exceptional for strength and constitution. Not quite fast, but they can be quick. They kind of be dundering, but they have a chance of not being dundering. Dunderheads. So you have, a little bit weaker stats distribution. Mage then, of course, is, going to favor intelligence. Wisdom and charisma is a little bit, these are a little bit more higher potential for a lot lower. A little more variability. That's just because mages are glass cannons. They have a lot of abilities, so once in a while I get a 18 strength mage. Actually, I can't anymore. I did one time. It was like, it's kind of fun to have a strong mage. Skilled melees are your thief type classes. Yeah, so it's kind of a balancing point. I'm working on like a ninja. See, special classes get a lot more higher capability stats. And then your paladin. Is this a paladin? This looks like a paladin. Yep, it's paladin. Paladin is a cleric. You can do what the cleric can do, plus fight. Wizard is a wisdom cleric. Thief, and then a wilder. Extreme variability, but physical, very physical. So yeah. It's basically all the non-copyrightable game mechanics of D20. I'm not using a D20 system though, but the idea of the distribution of a 20-sided die in those tables, and then with a lot of customization. With the possibility of me switching out some of the back end a little bit, but that's what I'm going with right now. So yeah, that's the character classes. If you go into this is like the character mobile, yeah. So a mobile character. Oh, I certainly appreciate it, Win. Thank you so much for wishing in. And yeah, I'm glad to share. Like I said, open any time if you wanted to talk about. I know if I heard I think you're talking about making some dungeon crawl things or something close to that. And if you look for ideas or just seeing how things I can get into more depth, try to get it as depth as you want, but not trying to get too much in depth, but just give you some ideas if wanted or needed. Just reach out. That'd be perfect. I'm open to that. So, but yeah, thank you for raiding. I appreciate those who are still with us from the raid. I certainly appreciate that. And thank you so much. You have a good night. Yeah, just to kind of get some information out on the VOD as well as the stream. NPC characters or not, or the monster mobiles. I like to call them mobiles from the old Bud days. They also not only do they have like a stat background, character class that kind of fills out what they are. And I break that down too, where you have a class mobile, caster domain, melee domain, skill domain. These are more rough edges than say the player characters. But I break these down too. And not only can they they're basically roles or classes. Monsters also have the capability of having, after a successful attack, do so. I guess I should say all characters have that ability, and some of this, I think, okay. Even the player characters, you could set them up so that if a ninja successfully attacks, they have like a percentage chance of doing some extra damage, depending on their level, deadly things. But the game engine basically says if you define after successful attack method in the class, then that will fire off if you had any successful attacks. And you go through it, and so whatever special code you put in the class to deal with that, that's what the engine will do. So you could then add capability. So at some point, there's a possibility that I could tie into that with some Lua scripting, which then gives players or the people who own the game, run the game, they could go in and do some Lua scripts to extend out even the engine to make it more scriptable, even to that point. So not yet, but it is a thought. So not only do you have these classes that you could potentially tie in abilities, like for example, I could set up a character. I'm giving them vulnerabilities. So anytime they get attacked with something that has the life aspect or a celestial aspect, so I have a celestial hammer, that means it does celestial damage. Against undead, it's going to do 2 times damage because it's vulnerable. The monster has an aspect of undead, so depending on what spells I'm using or what kind of abilities, the engine will say, well, what aspect is this type of monster? And then it will make rules accordingly. Like here's the after attack ability action. A condition can be assigned to this character, like a mob fighter. So I could define it like let's say a paralysis condition. So I assign the after attack condition paralysis. If it has one, then after a successful attack, it's going to try to apply that paralysis against its target. So it does a check. Now it remembers the last time it applied that condition, and it increasingly adds above. So that way I have a monster that initially can use its ability of diminishing returns, and that's what I'm building into the system. But that custom code can be totally made inside of each class within the game. So right now this is the code I'm using for this mob fighter undead. I could create different types of classes and different abilities and such. Now, on top of this, I have class abilities in classes. Then I also have another class called Game Brains. And the Game Brain is another subsystem, another system separate from the classes that decide how the character goes about attacking and using abilities. So I can give different kinds of game brains. And for example, a zombie brain, I call target and command every time it goes ready to attack. And if it decides to attack, it's basically saying, okay, it checked itself and says, okay, do I have an after attack condition defined for this character? And if it doesn't, it goes ahead and assigns one, but it rolls odds to determine if it's going to have the ability to start attacking with paralyzation. But once activated, it stays activated and then has diminishing returns. If it's attacking, and so I randomly set up how it will receive weapons upon creation. If it's using its natural weapons, then it has a 50-50 chance of starting it to attack with paralysis. If it has anything else, there's a 1 in 10 chance of beginning to attack with paralysis. And most of these attacks last, 3 rounds. But for the more stronger zombies, this will have an effect. So that's the kind of things you do with Game Brains. It figures out how to make its decision to using abilities and also who to target. Like the Celestial Judge brain, which will most likely be just attached to the Celestial Judge mob. It has 3 spells it can cast. These are spell definitions. That becomes part of the ability to. This is the spells it can cast. I put in attributes so that the spellbook builder looks through the entire code base and finds all the static functions of type mob spell and creates a master list. Then inside of the character classes or the mobs, I just refer the spell to its internal ID. So Celestial knows that it can cast 3 different kinds of spells. And currently it's set up to it picks its target. It also stores information. In this particular, I have an abstracted way of storing information called brain memory, and it's totally depending on the game brain, how this memory is used. It's a key value pair system, and it's stored on the created mob. In this particular case, it makes sense of a silence stat and a lightning stat. It basically is trying to keep track of how many times it's casting it. If it casts it once, it's going to reduce its chance of casting it again, so you don't get to the point where it's lightning bolt, and everyone's dead. But So there's a 50-50 chance of casting these spells right off the bat. So basically it goes as it casts silence, and will it cast silence? Nope. And now if it did, it would set the attack to cast that spell, and then return, meaning it's done. It's with its selection of what it's going to do. But the otherwise, it could do a lightning chance, and depending on how many times it casts lightning, it has a diminishing probability of casting lightning again. So I roll 1 through 100, and by default it's a 50-50 chance, and then a 40% chance, 30% chance, 20% chance every time it does attack. And in order to attack with that spell, it has nothing to do with this is when it decides, instead of attacking you with a weapon, it may decide to attack you with a spell. And it can cast lightning, storm, or it can cast silence. Now, I do have another one called Banish, but I don't use it yet, or Dispel. And I got to create the game mechanic so that when your character does get banished, basically it takes you out of battle, it takes you out of combat for a set amount of time. Now, when you're banished like that, not only can you not attack, but you also can't be attacked, essentially. If the entire party gets banished, there's no one to attack, then there's no one to attack, and no one is available to do damage against. The mob will flee and runs away, and then you stay banished for however many rounds, and then you're back to go. So yeah, so the game brain is what is used to modify its behaviors, and they're separate from like the class behaviors. Think of class behaviors are more of the passive type of character, and this is more of the act, and game brain is more of the active, and it's totally configurable too. So right now I kind of have them specific, like a celestial judge brain should only go to the celestial mob, but but then I can start making a bunch of generic brains, where then you can start switching them in and out for different behaviors. So once the game engine has these rules in place, then it's be a matter of making the game. So actually, that's where the design comes in. to work because I made it. Yeah, get it. Turn off it. Quiet. What was I doing? Brain is melted. I was trying to create monsters. Yeah. And, oh, so sorry. Let's just yawn and cause everyone else to yawn. Sorry about that. Sorry. It's safe to say and get rid of these. Okay. So as I was staring at this code, I was just thinking about earlier in the stream where I had some conflicting data. So in the admin screens I create spells, or not the spells, but an action when I save data. Essentially, I save I save all the spells out into a custom file, and when the game launches, it sees that custom file and uses that file to override any game generation. Now, generally, everything that the game generated from default would be put into that file at the beginning. What I should do is flag the information that is, so that the objects that are created during game initialization, that flag is set. And then if anyone uses like the editors inside the game, those objects are created in the memory, of course, but those flags are not set, so that I could always tell the difference between custom and built in. And what I should be doing is saving just the custom stuff. Then on a game load, it appends the custom stuff found. And I probably should put versions on that too. It's either that or I put versioning, because I might change, like, say, the default data. And if the custom object has the same ID, I may want the default or the built-in stuff to override it is out of date. So I don't need that level of sophistication yet, but I think it might be something I need to go do later. So let's go to Miro. I'm not sure what that's for. a solution. Excuse me. Okay, these could be defaulted. That's not right. Excuse me. Okay. Well, hello, No Dougie. Thank you so much for giving me a follow. Appreciate that so much. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying the dev stream. I'm kind of quiet at the moment. I'm just concentrating on some coding. How are you this fine evening? Or morning, depending on where you're at in the world. I typed that right. How about I put in the word definition instead? Almost. Awesome. Well, that's not too bad. I've been known to stay up that late myself. Got work tomorrow. Yeah, I know, but got a game to make. I spell this wrong? I'm totally wrong. Okay, fine. Currently working on Dungeons of Treptera, which is a dungeon crawl RPG, retro style, and I'm working on the default mob spawn code right now. Trying to bolster it up a little bit, changing some things so I could start adding more. I'll give a little demo here if you wouldn't mind. I just got to make this compilable, so I'll finish up what I'm doing. Almost there. Okay, tell us it's got smart finally. Nope. So yeah, this is my hobby. I have I do software development as a job, but I also have it as a hobby. So I get to relax and do the things I want to do at home. And I've always been wanting to make a game. And I don't have the knowledge of game engines yet. I'm familiar with looking inside of them, but I like the old retro style computer RPG. So I decided to go ahead and build the game engine separate from everything. So it's just all the logic, all the rule engine, and handles like logging and everything for display, instructions to what to draw. And then I embed that inside of a website server. So it's a web service. It's going to serve up web pages, but the game is embedded inside of that. So that's the display portion of the game. So then it's a matter of just creating website pages that look like the game, and then collect the information from the player and send it to the engine, and then turn around and render back by website. Since the game is fairly static, meaning the graphic is static, static pictures, and it's a turn-based action. So you select your menu items, you select what you want to do, where you want to go, and make choices. So, and then when you go into the maze, you basically choose to move or go to camp or inspect and cast spells. But as you move around, each that's a round that executes, and it then will save game state as to where you're at in the maze, and then instructs what needs to be shown. Then the website converts that into HTML. So the artwork, for example, is stills of a 3D render of a 3x5 room. So 3 rooms left to right and 5 rooms deep. And then the images with transparency in them, if you stack the images on top of each other, you will get what looks like a 3D rendered maze. And so then you move through that maze, and then the game engine determines if you should attack something, or if you get attacked, or if you have a treasure, or if you have a trap, or completing portions of your quests and such. But yeah, it's like I said, it's the old style where really the main game loop is moving around, and you just basically move around and fight things. So yeah, I mean, I could get in depth in coding, but generally I'll try to start with explaining it, like, from just a high level, here, this is what it's supposed to do here, or what there. But and then any levels of the code, I try to answer questions to that. But I could speak to like, I had to do all the game art myself, and then the music I acquired from an artist. His name is Kevin MacLeod, and he supplies. Yep, he supplies the music to the game. Yeah, I really can't. Well, I can kind of, but so yeah, it's kind of it's a turn-based strategy. You're in a battle. It shows you a picture of who you're battling and how many you have of them, and now you get to select out of your 6 party members who parries, who attacks, who uses a spell, who uses an ability, who uses an item. Once you get that all set up and go, you hit battle. The game that determines who goes first. It generates that attack list essentially, and you do a round of battle, and it'll give you a text description of what happened. So that's a descriptive text to kind of give you an idea what happens, and then rinse and repeat. Hopefully you defeat the monsters for gold and XP or other treasure, or you might lose your characters. It just depends. But yeah, I can go ahead and give you a little demo if you don't mind. Oops, I need to stop the game. Yes, I did. Yep, I've been working on the game for about two years, and I had to stop and go, I need art, and I can't find an artist. I have a little bit of art capability, so I'll have to learn to art. So yeah, it's been fun. It's most definitely been fun. I think I got everything spawned here. Just checking over the code. So basically what this code you're seeing is it's C#, but it's given instructions on how to go about creating the monster tables. There's basically in the game design aspect, there's 3 tables. There's your scenario, which is like your big overarching, this is what I want you to do. Oh sure, yeah. Well, to start a game, it could be just simply starting off with coming up with kind of an idea and then start working on an art portfolio. Break down your artwork into different areas, thinking about how the art would be used. Are you going to be, maybe learn some of the tools that people who make games use from the art side. Maybe, get into 3D modeling, 2D modeling, animation. Oh, absolutely. Very valid chunk of game development is the artwork. Unless you're making something like really niche, like a full text game. Very important and fun. And you get somebody to use technical skill to then pull that art in and then make it move across the screen. And a lot of times you could have synergy between the person who does those type of stuff and yourself. You could start changing art a little bit, add action lines, to work with the movement, and they start, that's when the things start, the magic happens. Things start meshing. So, at least that's how I think it works. Alright, we're starting up the game. Yep, so this little box here is actually the game running. Alright. This is the website of the game, basically. Let me turn off some of my on-screen graphics. Where's the key game? There we go. So, I kind of reformatted the website so that the game would fit on most modern smartphone screens in portrait mode. So when you play the game on the computer, it's going to be basically in the center of your screen. This little description here just basically says, yep, this gives you the description of, hey, this is the game, what we're doing. It's very alpha. Here we go. Let me get the game music. Little title screen music. So this is a composite image of multiple pieces of art I put together to form the front sight. All right, start playing. Green motif because the old retro style games were starting off with monochrome monitors, so there's a lot of green in the game. Everything was supposed to be just a shade of green. I kind of broke and started to add a little bit of color. So yeah, you just get a little description of your town that you belong to. There's your welcome center. Basically gives you a little bit of a story background. Anytime you see a question mark, it can kind of gives you help about what you're doing, what you're seeing. Just, links to go back to the town. Yeah, new adventure awaits us all. Got the town of Treptera, the guild. So as a player, you're the GM. You're the guild master. You're responsible for recruiting and training up your characters that come into play, or adventurers, which means you push the train button to alter their stats to something you like, and then decide if you want to dismiss them or recruit them into your guild. Once you get a selection of characters built up, you can then form parties, multiple parties if you wish. In fact, it's encouraged to have 2 or 3 active parties flipping back and forth between them, just that you could have different abilities. Yep, you could. You could outright dismiss them. You could form up a party and have them just wipe them against the... fill up the urns. Yeah, could. But yeah, you're the guild master. And then just basically kind of describes, the game. The dungeon is a 10-level dungeon. Each floor is 30 by 30 rooms, so potential of 900 rooms per level. Haven't quite designed out that. We haven't used all the real estate, but so there's that possibility. I'm also wanting to, on some levels, make it procedurally generated, so every time you go there, for say 12 hours, it's going to change on you. And then a little bit of background. Why do people come to Treptera? This is basically kind of a beginning setup of quests and things like that in the game. So yeah, a little bit of description there for fun. But generally, you're going to have your adventure guidance and success center. Basically, it tells you about, how to build up your characters. You're going to see some of your character stats here. If you want to if your current active party, this is your front row, this is your back row, this is your first position, this is your 6th position. And you can move them in order. Order is important. You generally want your physical fighters up front and your spellcasting in the back. But anybody can attack and fight. Yeah, and then you can see stats. It kind of gives you a quick what if they have any diseases, if they have what kind of items they have on them, their current armor and weapon and damage overall, what's going on. Tells you if you're about to hit the level or not. Yeah, little stats for your current party. Later on, it goes down to describes, okay, well, what are stats? What are weapons? Armor and abilities. Your roles, you have fighter, cleric, mage, and thief. Is your 4 basics, and then as you unlock stuff or purchase marketing, as it were, basically, it unlocks the more advanced classes, which have a little more ability. It doesn't mean you would want to make an entire party of these, because they're all good classes, but these do have some special abilities that probably become more important further in the dungeon you go. And they're more fun. Harder to use at first. So then you go back to town. Maybe. So the guild hall. Need another exuberant and starry-eyed protege. Depending, magic plagues even. Yep. So you get your active party. You can. Why does this say edit twice? That's a bug. I need to fix it. Oh, I'm dumb. I forgot how to make my own game. All right, you can edit you can change your party name, and then you can change your character names. You can just name them. So this is like a male, female, male type. Different icons that describe, of who they are. If you want to go find more adventures, you just pick. Let's say you want to pick cleric. Then you can hit train, and that changes the stats. And your Adventures Guild of Excellence, you can go back there and it'll describe, well, clerics like to have wisdom. This is not too bad. A little slow, but overall pretty good. And you could either edit the name and then recruit it, or they stay here in the Seeking Fame option. Now, you can only have so many Seeking Fame at a time, and then you could add them to your guild, or you could just dismiss them, and they're gone forever. Your guild roster, then, is that if anybody you've recruited will go into the guild roster, basically the bench at level 1, and you could then create a party and add them to from that bench to your party. So yeah, this is basically your character management screen. Well, when I got a guy who takes like 15 times to try to res, I might leave him out of the game for a little bit. Yeah, I've had that happen before. But once you have a party, you can go to the Boar's Snout. This is where you want to rest and recovery. Go to food and drink. Pick. Now, I have website work to do. I have to flip over to website because this flipping up and down I got to fix. That's not what I'm supposed to be doing. But yeah, you pick your, say, fighter types, and you want to give them hearth roasted animal flesh for 3 gold. And they eat it, and there you go. They get some secret boons. And you can do that, and then you can also do a rest and recovery. Stay a night, a day, a week, a month, or a year, or a half a year. Like I'm going to stay a week. And then it'll just basically say, all right, I'm almost max here. I got 50 points back. I got spells back. I'll almost spend a night. Let's just do 1 night. There we go. Everyone's 100%. So now everything's fully charged. When I actually implement some questing and gathering type quests or jobs, you pick them up from the job board here. You spend money, and then you get a license to go find stuff. And essentially, this might cause more of your special monsters to spawn when you select it, or you might actually have a escort, where you get to pick up a 7th member that you can't do anything with, other than don't let them die. And you got to move them to a certain point in the dungeon, and then you get gold. Bard's Metalworks. This is where you buy your weapons and armor. Classic list. Find something to buy. I'm starting to run out of gold, so I can't buy these. I have these in my inventory because they're right here, and I can only buy these things. Now, I don't want to buy these things because I have better weapons already. Don't need the blow. I don't need a blowgun or a rusty sword. And the same thing for armor. And you can sell items too. So yeah, you got armor, and then you got spells. So anything you can cast spells. You have spell tomes. You go in and you find someone, and you see that there's nothing to buy. Yeah, it's been a journey. It's not too bad though. I have some good examples out there that are going to help. Gnarled Root is your place to get your special items. I got to work these out. You can have salves, you could have potions, you could have vials. You throw at the enemy and they explode and do different effects. You could have like trinkets for the fighters. You could have smoke pouches for your ninjas and thieves. They could, throw a pouch of blinding powder, things like that. So you have different kinds of special items for each character class to add some more, which makes it'll become more useful the more powerful your battles become. At first level, not really. And then most importantly, you got the Celestial Curios and Soul Emporium. This is where you go to bring back those who have decided to walk in fire and lose their lives. Your party, if you can make it back, and if one of your party makes it back, everyone makes it back, and then they get moved into this temple or this emporium here. And you go to town, try to attempt to get them back. Now, there is a possibility that they don't come back. Very, very, very unlikely at first level, but as you get higher up in the levels, there is a chance that you could lose it. Yep. And it'll also be a slight chance they come back as a zombie and they start terrorizing the town. And then every time you go to a place, there's a chance that your old party member that's now a zombie attacks you. That's kind of disturbing, actually, but you might not always be. They may run away, but at some point in time, you'll find them in the dungeon, and then you'll have to dispose or give them proper burial, or maybe cure them if you can figure out how to do that. That's some of the ideas there, but right now all that happens is that you could permanently lose a character. So yeah, once you get all set up, this gives you kind of an overview of here's your party, here's their how close to the next level are they. So he's 50% in level 13, and they're all full of health, and if they have to have mana, then it'll show us the mana. Alright, so then go into the dungeon. So in the dungeon, you can inspect your people. They can start performing certain spells and such, and at no costs. I don't have any threat to the dungeon. You're just spending time in the dungeon getting ready. Excuse me. Then camping gives you. Came in there too quick. There we go. Camping. You can regain some health and stamina back. Health and mana back. Not as effective as going to town and sleeping in an inn, but for a pinch. But you are in a dangerous environment, so you got to pick guard. Pick the players that you're going to have guard. And then these are the ones are going to rest. And then when you hit ready. So they're maximum health anyway. They get a little bit of hit points back, a little bit of mana back. And Belinda feels like there's danger approaching. So I probably shouldn't camp anymore. So break camp. So yep, we got camp and inspection. If you need help, you can click the help button. This kind of goes through all the things. I need to adjust this because the game has changed a little bit since I made it. But yeah, got some help for you too. You can configure the sounds here. So anyway, let's go move around the dungeon. Like, I think there's 4 different dungeon themes. So there's just different dungeon music. As you move through the maze, your characters have the opportunity to detect danger. This is basically saying you're getting closer and closer to a spawn. Ooh. I'm more than level 10, so 2 groups of slimes have attacked me, and one group of 1 and 1 group of 3. So you could pick back and forth. You see the sword changes depending on what group you're on. So if I pick the first group and I say I just want, click on fight. This fighter will do that one. I'll take this one. The rest of them fight. Like that. And I'll go back to this group and I'll click on ability by thief. He's going to shadow attack, for example. And then I'll take one of my mages and a spell. I'll grab this one. I'll have them cast Firebolt 2. On the 3 slimes, I'll click on the second group. I'll click on the other fighter. I'm sorry, the other mage. And have them cast, let's say, lava burst. Alright, so the thing is about groups is it splits your party up. So you got to think about how to concentrate on what party. When you're ready to attack, you hit battle. And it goes through all the options. It tells you what happens. Gives you blow by blow. Literally. You could speed up the how fast this goes. You can hit finish. And it'll all spit it out real quick, and then you could scroll through and read. You know, give a summary of what happened. Looks like due to the fire lava here, at the end of the round is when all the conditions, you can acquire conditions like, say, you're on fire, you're frozen, electrified. So the initial spell damage does something to you, and then it gives you a status. I certainly appreciate that. Yeah, and you have conditions. Now, conditions get resolved at the end of battle, so you have a chance to at least do something at the end of battle. These conditions will occur. You can. And then white slime no longer none. That seems to be a slight problem with the engine. It's got confused. I believe it was trying to tell me it died. So I need to go look at that. But yeah. I think it's... Oh, no. What does that mean no longer? I believe what happened is I gave them... Huh. Anyway, there's a game mechanic. It's not... It's superficial. I'll fix it. So yeah, hit ready, and oh, we were successful actually of taking them all out, so that's good. Get a little bit of golden experience, and then you rinse and repeat. Go through the maze. Now what's kind of cool, at least I hope it seems cool, let me toggle the saving here. So because I want the game to be data driven, and they say you own the game. I'm still trying to figure out the technicalities of that. But essentially, you run like a local website, and then you have your own browser connect to it, and you can play it. If you're a little bit tech savvy, you own the game, you could actually host this on your own web server if you want to. It has to be a Windows type, but you could then run this game. You could actually host the game, connect and run it as the game master, and you can have your friends connect to your game and play it. So there's admin screens that basically allows you to configure most all of the game. This is the maze editor. It's in the browser. It allows you to then completely create the maze. These are walls. So if I click on, say, maze, solid, add, basically describing how the stencils work. I could pick a pre-made shape here, or I could just design the shape up here. I'm going to make like a corner room. And then anywhere I click on this map, it creates that. Yep, it creates that. So you could then completely create the doors, things like that. You could also create more... what to spawn, what kind of monsters, and you could assign rooms a monster number, and that will allow you to completely customize the types of hazards in the maze. You know, you can give a storyline. Starts off with some slimes and stuff like that, and then you got some thieves and orcs, and then you get some undead, and you know, you go through the whole process. You know, pick out like what kind of treasure traps are going to be where, or you'd set up like a rule system. It would randomly generate, you know, every time you go in the maze, it'll figure out where to put those treasure chests and stuff. You could do this for every level that you have. So I don't have the other levels made, but yeah, you can go through up to level 10. So you got that. You could also the spells are completely editable. scenarios. You could generate this, you can work on the scenarios and how they're put together. And then even to the point where you can create the monsters completely. So, yeah, so it's completely configurable. Now I'm doing the programming side, but then this part allows, once the what the program is built. Now this looks kind of complex, but this is an admin screen, and with a little bit of work, it allows you to do things with it. But generally, the game. Well, right here though. Well, this one's my celestial. Yeah, I do have bunnies here. Let me do this for you. This is all the artwork I've been working on. This is all the monsters in the game currently. Actually, I think I got even more. I need to go add to it, but still. So yeah, bunny. Blue bunny. That's slightly blue. Got an orange one. And white one. Yep. Maybe it's a vorpal bunny. So this guy, well, I got this one, and I also got this guy. So there's a game out there called Bonnie Does Frog Time. I'd recommend looking up for that. I think it's a wish list demo on that. It's a pretty cool game, and from that developer site, I decided to draw their pixel art characters in my style, and so this is one of their characters in their game. But I drew this as a fan art, but yeah, this is one of their characters. They look different, but yeah, you can generally, it's like a gourd or something. There's that one, and then there's a coconut one somewhere. Where is it? Here we go. Coconut guy. Yeah, they're all bad. These are all the bad guys. So you got like a kind of a Dijon. You got deadly inchworms. Feisty ferrets. And of course your favorite kobolds. Gotta have kobolds. And then you got make it. Oop. I want a new tab. So I'm in the process of creating the stats for all these characters and their special abilities. We got like a gas cloud, a sentient gas cloud. Let's give the poisonous version. Kind of a fire. You got that, yeah, that guy. Then you got, if you want a toad, got a toad, giant toad. Don't lick this toad. And if you want rats, we got rats, giant rats. Actual goblins. This did not turn out the way I wanted it to, but I liked the way it turned out, so. We got the flesh golem. Not really flesh golem, but kind of like a evil Armstrong, Stretch Armstrong. Yeah, so a good chunk of my time has been kind of. So we got this guy. Here's an ice giant. You caught him unaware. Got some phantoms. Some more creepier stuff. You have an owl. Yeah, so I've just basically kind of been making a theme and going with it. Like, we got a pig man. This guy's a little stronger. I mean, he has an axe and stuff. I'll appreciate that. Yeah, these are my... Oops. Where's he at? Yep. So that's a composite of the ice giant's hands and this ice princess. So I took a base face and then I put the different aspects to it. And then I also got the kind of a freaky worm thing. Yeah, and then you got different kinds of creepy crawly stuff. Like you got your this is your kind of a furry slime. It's more of a, it's like a slime, but it's a little bit more ferocious. And then you got the more cute slimes like this. And then you got this version of slime. I don't want to go too fast. I'll go back to them, but yeah. So you got like these different kind of slimes, little variations. Got some those guys. You gotta have a plague doctor too. Yeah, there's some horror creatures. I got a few more of those. Right now it's down. I gotta go turn the computer back on again, but I do have this available. Like I said, it's very alpha. It basically saves a token cookie, just one. It just basically encrypted pointer to the game file. If you lose it, then you'll have to restart over your game. But yeah, it uses that to figure out who you are. So when you connect to the game, you can play the game. So there's this one is treasure, and then subtly, it's a mimic. You got and then just basically some slimes. Then I was trying to work on some there's a pool, a dark pool with a monster in it. And some other scarier ones are like, so we have like a cleric, but then you could have a sepia one, and then it starts getting weird. This is a ghost, and this is a stronger ghost, for example. And this is the last stage of it. So yeah, you can get a little bit of the horror, a little bit. You get to fight them. They're kind of nasty. Hopefully, if I get them set up. But yeah, so I've been trying to. I have quite a few of these kind of monsters. I call them humanoids, but I mean, you gotta have a centaur, I guess. Yeah, so you could find pie. You gotta choose a pie. If you choose wrong, it's bad. You can find some food in the dungeon. So some of the dungeon, some monsters eat other monsters in the dungeon. Yeah. So this is actually the arm of the pig man, rotated and made it a roast. And then you might find the actual Pigman being prepped for food because this guy, he ran into a banquet. Unfortunately, it's a vampire, and you disturbed his meal. Although I don't know why he has this as a meal. I think he's trying to set a trap for you. So yeah. So yeah, I mean, just little variations of those. I got some a little bit of a swamp creature. And your classic barrel of fun. But yeah, that's it's been, I get creative and then you start working on it. What's nice is I could draw one, like say draw my octopus, and then I use something like Ace Bright and do hue shifting to allow me to at least get a few more characters out of that design. And then I could separate those out and it adds more to it. You could have true. I mean, it has to have some level of that, some rapid unexpected disassembly, unscheduled as it were. Yeah, I think it's worth the investment. I like to support them. I think it's really cool. Here's some will-o-wisps. But yeah, basically the game is oops, a little loud, sorry. The game is basically just designed. Well, that's a thing. Once in a while you just come across something cute in the dungeon and you let your guard down. Yep. These guys are probably one of the most deadly things in the dungeon. Potentially. At least I was planning on doing is making something like that really bad. I mean, you can be like, that can't possibly be innocent, right? Maybe I should make one of them innocent and then the rest of them kind of. That'd be fun. Well, then also got to watch out for the weird zombies. Or the three-headed monsters. I try to give them different personalities. They surprisingly are. They can catch you off guard. Our teeth are sharp. So yeah, I don't know if you have any particular preference, but yeah, I got some weird, just some fun weird creatures here. Oh wow. I was in the Discord and they were talking about magpies being nasty birds, and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna draw a magpie. I'll put a evil magpie in my game. So there we go. Got some golems. So I could draw monsters, usually humanoid type figures, but when it comes to actual people, it just gets weird. I'm still trying to really work on the aspects, of a human body, making it look. I mean, it's one thing to make it look monstrous because it's a little bit different, right? But yeah. Oh, bunnies are. Well, the magpies are kind of smart too, if that's what you mean. Yeah, they could be. This one, I particularly, I like how this one turned out. Someone showed a trilobite. I didn't realize it was an actual insect creature. So, this is my version of the trilobite. Then I color shifted it, which I think the color shifts look awesome. I like it. I like how they looked. I like this one too. So yeah, I got to figure out some neat stats and abilities for these guys. They're kind of creepy. And I made like what are the original? So this is a fairy, or at least an older fairy. Is that mom? It's not mom, but kind of looks like a mom. Yeah. So this is a fairy. I'm not sure if they're bad or not, but they will view you as an intrusion. So I get different colors of fairy, or at least that kind of a fairy. I'm not sure what the story is on that. I just kind of start drawing it and putting it together. Then, yeah, this. See, this looks a little goofy. It's. I mean, I don't consider all the art I do as any really great art, but this, to me personally, this is kind of jank. I need to work on it a little bit. He seems, but hey, he's a guy he's in a maze. He's a little dirty. He's a mage. He's caught behind. I don't know. Maybe he's crazy. A little mischievous Ani there. True. Yep. I mean, even some of these really weird characters could be. Yeah. And we got a spore. Spore monster. Which then makes these guys. So I took the concept of a, was it a witch ring or fairy ring with mushrooms, and we got some unsuspecting casualties there. Oh yeah, there's and you don't say thanks. You get clobbered if you say thanks. And how art kind of works. I tried to draw something and it ended up being something different, but so I kind of got this winged canine creature. The front paws are a little bit, but yeah. So yeah, my particular this was all done in MS Paint. I got some more spooky. Yep, MS Paint. Fun times. No, it's not too bad. I don't have all the layering and stuff, so you kind of learn to get kind of creative. But yeah, yep, MS Paint. And then once I need to get used to like the different paint brushes and stuff and then I'll probably maybe move on to something else. But I like the style. And my style's kind of built off of that. No. I did get a XP pen tablet and hook it up to my computer. I used to do this by my hand on the mouse, and I'm like, I need a tablet, so I really like the tablet. I'll get to, if I can get Sprite. If I can get like a brush mod that kind of behaves like the oil brush in MS Paint and the colored pencil. Well, I use transparencies and such, and then I just cut and paste over top of things. Yeah, layering would help. I mean, that's one thing. if, I just really got to get, when I use something like a bigger application, a bigger paint program, I'm not trying to make digital perfect, poster art. I kind of want to keep the style. I've kind of made that into a style now, and I'm just getting better with that look. Means that I need to get a brush that kind of behaves like, you got to tweak the brush settings on the more capable program, or and I even tried GIMP. The thing is, though, not being an actual artist, and there's so much stuff and loaded up in those things. I'm like, where do you start? Can't even figure out it. I'm like, this isn't working. It's just I've gone through the sweat and tears of MS Paint to the point where I'm comfortable with it, I guess. So yeah, I'll slowly probably get over to somewhere else. I'll have to figure a way. I'm already kind of combining MS Paint and Sprite, and I'll probably slowly move over to Sprite. If I start making more actual pixel art, I will definitely use Sprite. I like this one. This was inspired from the let me get this out. Yeah. So you got the Codex Seraphinus. Of course, I would turn it exactly to the page I want to. That's hilarious. We get to the art here. Oh, I'm trying to find a good example. So it has basically it's an abstract. This is like an abstract. Trying to get that a little bright. Book. So it's the this is the book. It's the Codex Seraphinus. It's not exactly a collector's item, but it's a big bound book. The whole point of this book is that there's nothing understandable in it whatsoever. Other than there's a lot of art. It looks like you're reading like a history textbook / encyclopedia, medical book, chemistry book. Has stuff like that. I can get a little closer. It has this fake, this abstract writing at the bottom. So I'm gonna focus on that. Come on, computer. Autofocus. I don't know how well you can read that, but the whole thing's art. Even the whole thing's art. Even the what you think is words, and it's just basically completely abstract. The way the author described it as, imagine the time where you got a hold of a book, but as a young child you didn't know how to read, but you could see the pictures, and you're trying to figure out what it means. That's what it's like looking through it. Your mind, that abstract side of your mind starts kicking in, and you start like making up stories, thinking about what this could mean and stuff like that. And yeah, so this is a creature directly from that. I've got inspired and went ahead and painted it with that one. So this is one, I call this a weird, cucumber weird. But I plan on like using that, so I use it as a reference. I'll look at it and then I'll draw it by hand, but I'll look at it and give an inspiration and then use it as a reference. And I'd like to make a whole slew of weird things like that. I think that'd be kind of cool, especially if you're like in a magic construct part of the maze. So, yeah. The bear. The bear in a suit. Oh, this is the main character in Bonnie Goes. Bonnie Does Frog Time. Frog Time is kind of a strategy game where you have different kind of frogs and you have to go across the board. They have different move abilities and such. Do little battles. Really cool game. And this is Bonnie. And so Bonnie's a bear. Well, I went ahead and I drew the head. And then I thought, I didn't have layering, so I had to cut that out and transparently move him into the hooded jacket. And then actually he was supposed to be part of this as the bear. This big fat grizzly bear here. It was supposed to be like a scarf, but now it's just extra fat. Big bear. Big ice bear. And then, of course, fire bear. So yeah, that's the artwork of Dungeons of Treptera. I'm still adding to it. I think I got 400 and some variations of different things. This is, I like my mascot. This is my... Yeah, this is my mascot for a lot of different things. But yeah, that's my lion head. So yeah, if you like spiders, yeah, spider. Little monstrous spider. So yeah, completely different side of the game. Not really programming. Oh, here's an orc. I'm sorry, goblin trap. Want a piece of cream pie? I mean, this is not a trap. It's a table with a pie spatula thing at the top. Yeah. Oh. But yeah, that's actually supposed to be like a goblin trap. Oh, you're fine. That's part of the game. I like to share it. Get into the recording the stream. Plus, it gets into the VODs for people to look at. I absolutely appreciate that. But yeah, that's the game loop was. Oops. Went right back to it. Back in the maze again. Yep, it remembers where you were at, so it goes back in there. So I could just kind of leap through here. See what there is. Oop, I got attacked. And now you just went. So the problem is that you can rapidly click and just move quick. But I need to make sure it forces a pause. Otherwise it goes blip, something happened to you. And you I don't know, maybe there's negative reinforcement, don't, if you miss something, maybe you won't go click, stuff like that. I do need to add like sound effects. Oh, here we go. We got some danger approaching. Oh. Spikes again. Okay, we're still in the green. Ooh, this is a special text. Engage in a wave of foreboding means the next movement is going to get attacked. Ooh, mystic kobolds. Right, everyone's going to fight. And then we'll have, let's do some thick fog here. And just have everyone fight, see what happens. Perfect. Ouch. Well, the thick fog did affect them, but they didn't last long enough to have any effect. So, these guys must have been fighters. I don't know. They're gone. There we go. So yeah, the game is, this is the main game loop, and you get to basically... I was trying to go for like a glowy stick, like a mage, type of thing. But yeah, it does kind of look like one of those. Oh, I appreciate that, No Ducky. Meow the cat, how you doing? Glad that you made it. Getting ready to stream? Get some fighting going on here. Let's see. Let's do a party heal. Yeah, let's do a fire blaze. Ooh, battered. Lava burst. And lava burst. Now we'll just do fire blast. They kind of work off of each other. I don't think they're going to last long enough for me to do this, but we'll try it. Ooh. Soak went crazy. He hid into the shadows and attacked and did a decimating attack there. Yeah, that took care of him. There we go. Now, technically, I am level 13, and these are supposed to be around level 1 to 6. So I am overpowering these guys pretty badly. It's my test group. Yeah, let's head back to home. Alright, let's go do some sleeping. Where are we? There we go. Do some resting. Let's rest for a week. There we go. Overhealed. Yep. You got jobs and quest information. You can do your... This is where your... quests and stuff will be. So yeah, this is a... I'm trying to figure out how to put this on Steam. But like I said, it's a website game. I'd have to convert it into a actual game. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that type of thing. So, but I gotta get it finished first before I can do that. Yeah, game development has all kinds of aspects to it, and it is fun to do. Well, thank you. I certainly appreciate. I hope you enjoyed and do enjoy. There's I think on the my Twitch page, I have a link to the place where I get music, and it's a good place to check out as well. And a lot of different game developers on my suggestions as well. Yeah, a lot of times from the game dev indie side, you get like game jams where people get together and they have like, okay, we got 2 weeks, let's see what we can put together. And a lot of times it's a learning experience. Sometimes if a team of 5, you can get somebody who does the art, somebody who does the music, somebody who does the engine coding, game level design. We all work kind of together and have a theme, and you try to keep it simple, but you try to put it together. And then the whole point of it is just to learn different things. I haven't quite participated in one because every time I kind of want to do that, I figure, yeah, but you need to finish your game before you do that. Feel guilty. So yeah, so those slimes, for example, right here, this is the slime encounter. It was instructed to say I'm not exactly sure what the instruction of it is. Let me go take a look at something. Slimes. White slimes. Good definition. That would be white slimes version 1. This is the code that was responsible for giving me stuff. Oh, here it is. That's not where it's at. Anyway, I have codes I gotta figure out later, but basically it's code. It says, hey, you're above a certain level, you could have a chance to spawn more than one group, and then you could have a this definition that says how to make those slimes. So there's a white slime. This tells me it's a fighter, and this is the stats. It will give them a slimy tendril, or it'll give them, or just spawn more of them, like so. So yeah, this basically goes out and it tells it how to create the monsters. Which is something I'm kind of working on right now. Or was. Where was I? What is going on? Oh yeah, it's up here. Oh, absolutely. Thanks, No Ducky. Appreciate you being here. I'm glad you enjoyed. Hope you enjoyed. Basically sorting out artwork. I got 64 by 64 thumbnails. And trying to categorize them. I suppose I gotta call them. I'm reading. Yeah, this part of the stream is very boring. I'm just working on stuff and really don't need to share it. So. Yeah. Well, one of these words are completely interchangeable. Excuse me. Okay. Alright, got all my little images in useless categories. Useless categories. Okay, well, Lots of dead silence. Working on categorizing some pictures to help with some ideas about how I want to put together some monster groups. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and close the stream out. I certainly appreciate all those who have came by. Thanks for the raid on Wind. Thank you so much. Also, thank you, Lord. Thank you for all the follows today as well. All right, well, I should be here. I think I got scheduled for tomorrow, so we'll see if that works out. We can do some more coding. I'm going to get into a lot of coding tomorrow, and just trying to get those at least the first maze level kind of monstered up a little bit, and start with a good beginning maze layout. I think dungeon layout. I also want to add traps and treasure. Got to get that going. So I think I'll be working on that. All right, well, thank you so much for being here. Have a good evening, afternoon, or morning, and I'll see you later. You have a good one.